All right. Mic is on. Everything is on. Let's hope. Let's hope. Okay, guys. So I'm back on. Cree, guys, put a little press release out, increasing year-over-year guidance. Low float. Look at the volume, 22 million. Loud and clear. Okay. Well, thank you, Pepe. YYGH. Ton of volume. Look at that volume. 49 million. Not a low float. It's low, but it's not low. If there's any news on this one, I don't see any news on it. So maybe there's no trade on CR. Well, remember now, 157. You can get blanket approval for all these if you want. Not from us, from Thinkorswim. If you want, you can contact them and say, lift this restriction on some of these stocks, and it'll be good for the year. So probably do it January 1 next year or whenever the first trading day next year, and you get a blanket approval. IB, we can't do that. DAIC has been on a great run. Yeah, so this is the third day now. 53%. DIAC, low float. What do they do again? Computer system design, investment holding company. Okay. PLAB is an earnings play, guys. PLAB is an earnings play, and it's looking pretty good. Obviously it's up 22%. That's good, but it's holding its own, and it's above the VWAP. It continues to move higher. Broke through the 200-day moving average. Okay, broke through the 200-day moving average. So that is PLAB. And if you look at a weekly chart, next time a weekly chart, wow, it's way up there. $55. Not saying it's getting there, of course, but there is a ton of room on the weekly chart for PLAB. These guys did a financing, GRML. They did a financing at around $5. Okay, so that's the reason for the. I guess I don't really remember this yesterday, but the last 2 days just massive moves, big moves. I don't really remember this yesterday or the day before. Yeah, MetU, boy, oh boy. This is the 2 times. So the next high for MetU is 2206. So there's about 60 cents, 66 cents to that next high. So if you really thought Meta was going to keep moving higher, this is a way to play it, or play it even if you think it's going to eventually run out of some steam. You can short it, but this is a cheaper way, of course, and you'll get double the move. This is an earnings play. QFIN is an earnings play, guys. This is getting not a ton of volume yet. Pretty big float too, 129 million in the float. But this is an earnings play, down 16%. QFIN. This is another known company. Coles is an earnings play. KSS is an earnings play underneath the VWAP right now. Not too much volume yet, but Box is also an earnings play. I'm just trying to pick off some of these ones that are, have some recognition. Box is an earnings play and a nice run on the weekly. All right, let's take a look at some of these other ones, okay? These ones that are up a lot so far this morning. VCIG. A lot of volume, 15 million already, only a little over a million in the float. Any news? VCI Global launches Galatron AI Factory under its 5-year AI infrastructure roadmap. Okay, so AI, AI, AI. All right, so let's see. MSS, another one that's the Maison Solution. Okay, high was up here at 230. It's approaching the VWAP again, trying to get through it, and it's accelerating through. The high up here was 230, and on the daily, I mean, a ton of room. Obviously, look left on the daily. 313 is the next high. RDIB, Reading International. Okay, way below the VWAP now, though. What's this all about? Motion picture theaters except drive-ins. Except drive-ins. Are there still drive-ins out there? That is one specific sector. Motion picture theaters except drive-ins. Just looking to see if there's any news on this one. Report second quarter. So August 14th. Well, that was on the 14th. Okay. I don't see any news today for it. You just ask for it now. You must be Scandinavian. Skjoter. I'm sure I've butchered that, but let me give it to you. Okay, just got it. My homepage. Okay, my homepage link. So if you're looking for my pre-market, if you're looking for these two, the pre-market actives up and down on my homepage. So just click on my homepage link. Ew. Okay, give me a moment here. Uh oh. Oh, give me a moment. I've got a mistake in my homepage. Just give me a moment, okay? What? I hope this works. Just give me a moment. Okay. Okay. There's my homepage link. Okay. So just scroll down to the center section, the custom scans, view the scans, and pre-market actives up and down. Okay. Pre-market actives up and down. Now, what it might look for you if you load it, in fact, I'm pretty sure this is what it's going to look like. It'll look like this. Okay. More like a grid for both of them. Okay. If you want the tree map, like I like the tree map a lot better. So you just right click and show tree map. Okay. If you didn't understand what I just did, just to let me know. Okay. It's like way nicer presentation than a grid. Okay, guys, let's see what else has happened. So there's the PLAB. I mean, it's still ripping. Well, ripping. It's still moving higher here, up 25%. It has not had a great. This is probably when it had earnings last. Okay, might be about 3 months ago. May, yeah, it's probably when it had earnings last, and obviously did not was not good. Yeah, my pullback skills, which is not great, but it's holding. It's holding the VWAP. Oh, it's above the VWAP. What are you looking at? All right, so the markets, let's see, the SPY's down a point. Let's take a look at these sectors, the major sectors before the 9:30 open. Doc channel bar, show more. These are all the theme-based channels. Scrolling down to the sector status. No, the nukes and yesterday the nukes and especially uranium. Well, no, both of them. The nukes and uranium were really top sector, and that's NLR. Probably still no volume in this. Total volume yesterday 454,000. Right now 5,000. And the worst sector as we speak, silver. Actually, interesting. Silver and gold. Silver and gold, the two weakest sectors. So let's see if we can find something that's really okay. Consumer staples, Schmuckers. This is an earnings play. SJM is an earnings play. Okay, got to be an earnings play. ANF has got to be. Actually, it's not. ANF is not an. Okay, what happened there? ANF is not an earnings play, yet it's up 16%. What's going on? Abercrombie is making progress on its four strategic priorities. Okay, that's the news I see today. Namesake brand is growing on all fronts. So they've adjusted their earnings per share. It looks like they've adjusted it. Okay, because it looks like they released earnings on the 20th. But maybe this is an adjustment, but to the positive side. So we had it that they released on the 20th. Maybe not. I guess our provider was wrong. I guess maybe it was delayed a week. Anyway, okay, we'll call this is an earnings play then. So ANF is an earnings play. Now, on the flip side, let's take a look at stocks that are getting beaten up today. If there's anything really, really catastrophic, Moderna's not getting beaten up. It's down 2.8%, but it is a little weaker in the pre-market. Just looking to see if there's anything here that is okay. For instance, in Intuit, INTU, this is an earnings play. Okay, down 11%. Another big stock or big price stock. I wonder if they have a company ETF, INTU. What's wrong with these? What's wrong with these people? Seriously, William. no company ETF or INTU. These are big companies, and we don't blame the company. Was a beat lower also. Wow, a beat lower. KHC, is this Kraft? Is this an earnings play? No, it isn't. Anyway, that's a glimpse. So a couple. We have the ANF, and then we have INTU. Okay, Intuit and Abercrombie. One on the upside, one on the downside. It's an interesting exercise to go through, guys. Just load the sector status before the market opens, before the 9:30 open. Check to see what if there's anything really standing out in any of the sectors on the upside and on the downside, and then you can sort of zero in on those. Now, Bitcoin. Whoa, Bitcoin! You kidding me? We're down 1,000. So we're still at 78,000. Bitcoin's off 899. So IBIT. So yeah, sort of a pause yesterday with Bitcoin. Dare I ask, does ANF have a company ETF? Just saves me that if somebody's already looked it up, it saves me from having to do it. No, okay, you beat me to it. I was just going to look it up to see if there was one. Okay. Well, I see the you had a pullback to what though? I see. It got very close to that. Very close to the VWAP right here. All right, here's a pullback now for PLAB. A pullback from 37.43. That's a big pullback. 37.43 down to 35.96. And will it hold? All right, let's see this CRE. Is it still holding? It's underneath the VWAP now, guys. So CRE is underneath the VWAP. Boy, FLAB is right back. Got right back up and making a new high in the pre-market. It's a float on this one. Not high, 56 million. Not crazy low, of course, but not certainly not a high float for Photronics. Nice earnings play for it. That's a big move. I mean, right through the 200-day moving average, also, and then all that room on the weekly. TLSA, or did you mean Tesla? You did mean Tesla. Okay. Because there is as you know, there is the other one too. All right, guys. Yeah, we got about 10 seconds to the open. So I forgot to put this one down here. Okay, let's have a great trading day, everybody. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. And here we go. MSS, guys. MSS is trying to hold on to two. Yeah, Tesla is taking a bit of a hit here. A lot of volume coming in. For whatever reason, Tesla is taking a hit. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, ANF. Wow. Ugh. I hope you're not. I mean, look at look at look at PLAB now. I'm miserable. That's crazy action. Crazy action. It looks like it's getting halted. Anyways, through the VWAP again underneath. That's crazy action. ANF though, ANF is continuing to move higher. Getting right into this monthly high right there is 133.11. So right there. So it's a little bit above that now, that monthly high. Ooh, Moderna's taking a hit, a little bit of a hit, a little $7 drop, challenging 150 again. Well, this is a classic. I don't. This is why I don't like trading in the pre-market or the pre-market. The first 15 minutes, things can get so whippy. So how's the CRE doing? The CRE hanging at the VWAP right now. So the nukes were pretty. Were very good yesterday. OKLO. You can see OKLO close near the high also. Now there goes CRE through the VWAP now, guys. Through the VWAP. This looks like it. No, I was going to say it might get halted, but not yet. This is the rapidity of trading right here. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, just looking at this, look how fast it's trading. Whoa, met you. Another one taking a dive through the VWAP here. Boy, ANF just soaring here. I wonder if the gap is maybe, well, the gap is actually earnings tomorrow after hours. So maybe it's moving with ANF, sympathy play with ANF. And there, I saw USAR early on, USAR. Well, son of a, you know what? I think I'm hung up. Give it a little bit. The only reason I don't like it is because now my top 10 list disappears. Other than that, I mean, it's a quick reboot, but then I lose my top 10 list. Just going to make sure. Oh, a couple times ago, I was able to. No, okay. Give me a moment, guys. All right. Well, at least I got back in time for these. Okay, these start at 9:35 if I'm going to get anything. So I got back in time for these ones. So that's good. Remember Gen B from yesterday? Gen B yesterday was just a ripper. Ooh, there were shares available for me to short at Interactive Brokers. Okay, OLOX, OLOX, 165. Yeah, so I remember this one yesterday. It had earnings a few days ago and then got hammered down yesterday. And now this is a reversal. Wow, MetU just took a header. Moderna mRNA is still hanging around the 150 mark. Wow, this has got room. Xpon's got room, guys. Xpon has got room. What's the spread like? 660, 665? Not terrible. I don't know if I should. It's through the VWAP. I'm seriously thinking about this one right now because there's the 200-day way up there. The next high, of course, up here was 2 days ago for Xpon. And I'll break a little rule if I take it now. Just want to see how well it holds over that over the VWAP and 660. The VWAP is right here at 650. Well, while I was waiting on this one, look at the OLOX from 165 to 187. Did I get any? I didn't get much, but I got some of the Xpon guys. I didn't get all I wanted, but I did. Now I have to figure out if I want to get what I wanted. All of a sudden, the spread got a little crazy, but now, okay, well, here we go. Now, because it's so early, I'm taking some off, okay, in case it can't get through that seven. I mean, I might just rip through seven, okay, but it did rip, well, it's through seven now. Really whippy, really whippy. And Olaf's, yeah, wow. So yeah, 165 now to 203. Great reversal play. Yeah, still has some room. I did not take this one. I did take the XCon. And the next high is 245. So let's just see what might happen. Olax is halted at 203. No big clue as to where it's going to open, though. And again, this has nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? This is time and sales, this blue window I'm displaying. Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Yeah, no kidding. Is Meta ever dumping? Yeah, another interesting one. I didn't CDTG 120 on the alert, 137 now. Boy, some of these little ones are just trying to do the reversal. So would I take this one? No, HUYZ. I would not take it. Why? There's the 200-day moving average at 196, so it's pretty close. If that had not been there, it's very possible, even though it's fairly close to that too. But look at the room it's got, 319. And remember, this scan you see here, this is something I'm sharing. There's KSS is making a new low. Earnings play. Is it coming into a little bit of support on the monthly chart? It looks like 1580 or so. Could be support. Boy, that PLAB, it's almost like they did a financing. It's still up 6%. But wow, I mean, this is what a sell-off. Just trying to see if any news hit. There's the ETF for uranium, guys. A big day yesterday, and a big getting bigger again today. And it's you see what it did? It got right into the 200-day moving average, closed just a little bit below it. Now it's above the 200-day moving average. So this is the the uranium ETF. So if I look at a stock like CCJ out of Canada, I'm sure it's pretty. Yeah, it's doing really well. Okay, guys, the XPON is still trying to get through that 7 level. And if it does, I mean, there's the 200-day moving average way up here. So I took some off just ahead of that a little earlier, holding on to holding on though. If it takes out 7 again, I'm going to be out. There's that CRML from yesterday. Big day yesterday. A little bit of a continuation today so far. Not huge yet, but CRML. You can beautiful trade. I mean, trade beautiful pattern. Look at that, 674, and it closed right at the high. Right at the high. All right, XPON. Well, I'm not, did the OLOX open? No. This is going to be at least a 10-minute halt then. OLOX is going to be at least a 10-minute halt. It got halted at 9:38 plus 45 seconds. So If it had been a 5 minute halt, that would have been 9:43 plus 45 seconds. So we're past that. So typically, they're most of the time they are 5 minute halts. But if it's not, it'll be a multiple of five. So 9:48 if it's going to be a 10 minute halt. Wow, this Expon really gave me way more than I thought. What do they do again? Battery manufacturing. Okay. Wow. I'm not stunned. I mean, this happens, but this has turned out to be a great trade. The next, I mean, the 200-day moving average is 813. So there's about a dollar move off that 660. You would you would think that this 200-day moving average is gonna stall it. Okay, guys, I've just taken most off now. I refuse to believe it's going to get through the 200-day. It might, but I've taken most off. I don't have very much left yet, but just in case it does get through that 200-day moving average, we'll see if this becomes the poster child for being having the 200-day moving average being so important. So a little glimpse at the market. The Dow is basically flat. The SPY is basically flat, and the Qs are basically flat. So nothing major in those guys. 3078 gets you back in PLAB. Okay. Oops. Next low down here is 2930. So this is from your system telling you this is well, I guess you're. I wonder if you picked it up. I know it touched 3078. Oh, that's your gut. Okay. Boy, it's strange trading on this one, though. I mean, it looked pretty positive. I mean, there was no pullback at all in the pre-market. A little one right there, and then, but after that, it was very orderly up in the pre-market. Market opens and curse flat. All right, OLOX just opened, and it opened a lot higher. Wow, look at XPON. I mean, okay. I mean, I had a little bit left, but I wish I had to buy entire position. through the 200-day moving average now, and then the next high is up here at 927. Well, I wish they all worked like this on the daily reversals. Long. It sounds like you didn't have a stop then. If you took it at 36 and it's now at 30, 55, sounds like you did not have a stop for PLAB. I mean, not every trade is going to work, but it sure helps to have a stop to get out at a manageable loss. But I hope it comes back for you. Ugh, now it got halted on the way down. OLOX got halted on the way down. Pretty ugly there. And now XPON just got halted on the way up. Okay. I don't have much left, but you know what? I mean, if it takes out this high here, so in case again, if you're wondering what the daily trend reversal is all about, it looks for stock. I mean, this is an exaggerated exaggerated one, but you can see what happened yesterday. XPON was closed down at least 5%. Okay, I'll go over this in a little bit more, but closed down over 5%, and then today it's reversing. That's what this scan is looking for, right here. And this is a dramatic one, but OLOX would be the same. Down yesterday, up today. Other filters are in place, of course, but now, and if it's in the yellow, it's a suggestion to short, and if it's in powder blue, a suggestion to go long. Let's take a look at the CDTG. Did it keep going? Terrible. I mean, you had an alert at 120 and it got up to 138. Moderna's still hanging around the 150 mark, guys. mRNA. Okay, Cree's having a little bit of a bounce here. Cree, CRE. Where are you? Yeah, that's the problem. I had a nice top 10 list, but when I had to do my reboot, so it's still underneath the VWAP. Well, okay, so some of you might look at the VWAP as a bit of a magnet. No, that's not. So you might look at this and go, okay, it's six looks like it's trying to hold. There's the VWAP up here, 678, maybe a bit of a magnet. And you can see how the reverse works. Okay, this gapped up yesterday, or it closed up at least 5% yesterday, but it's down today. Okay, that's how. So that's what I mean. There are other. Here, look at Snap. Snap was up. Snap actually had a great day yesterday. It closed right near the high. It got into the 200-day moving average, but one of the other filters is that it has to take out the low of the day before. So sometimes when you get these big wide bars, a lot of that big move has already been done. But as opposed to the poor Williams almanac, okay. Well, let's see. I'm going to have to wait to see where XPON now. I mean, it's Looks like it's going to open at least up in this area. Give me one moment, guys. Okay, OLOX may not be over. I think it's trying to hold the VWAP. The VWAP is at, well, here's at 212, but the line there is about $1.85. Okay. The next BON just opened. My goodness. My goodness. Look at this. There's the high of 926. Is there news on this one? Just the float, guys. I mean, 650,000. I mean, that's been listen, for a stock that has 650,000 shares in the float, that on a 2 minute chart, that has been incredibly well done. Orderly is what I wanted to say. Orderly. I mean, that's incredible. I mean, look at this. I mean, look how the TI wave. I mean, in theory, if the float had been not so low, in theory, I would not have taken anything off because it was the bottom of the bars were so in touch with the top of the wave. At this point, it's gone parabolic, even more so. See that? See the bottom of that bar is not touching. But I would had to be so aware of the float. Okay, that's it. That is it. I mean, 10's got to hold it, right? No more. No mess. Wow. Well, going to be hard to top that one, guys, today. So, but let's I'll keep looking. How about Summit right now? 1509. The one's just over the whole number, over the VWAP. The next high looking left, 1524. Now there's a big, I wonder if this is going to get halted on the way down on that big move. See how it almost got through 10. Well, it got through 10 a little bit. All right, guys, let's see. Anything else? Clover. This is maybe a cannabis play, maybe. For some reason, I thought this was a cannabis play. Well, because this one has performed quite well, let me just go over this one a little more detail and what it's looking for. Okay. Actually, oh wait, it's almost 10 o'clock. In fact, I'm going to go over my homepage right now. Okay, I've just put my homepage link in, and when you click on it, this is what you're going to see. So at the very top, so we do have two promo codes going on right now. So please listen carefully. You can get 28% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription, as long as you want to take the premium service. We've got two plans, one's standard and one's premium. So you can get 28% off the first month only, or the entire year of our premium service using my code Barry28. If you just want the standard service, you can get 15%, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. So we do have two codes going right now, okay? And all I ask, if you do take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. Helps to keep these rooms free. I'm moderating a YouTube room and the main room right here, okay, the trading room. Company tracks the use of the codes, and so if they see my code being used often enough, they don't mind keeping these rooms free, okay? A couple of added benefits in this trading room right here. It's free also, but it's also open around 7 o'clock. I think you might have opened it a little earlier today, right, William, around 6:30? But let's call it 7 o'clock in the morning, of course, 7 o'clock Eastern time. And I don't do it. I live in Vancouver, Canada, so a little bit too early for me. So that's why, William, thank you very much for doing that. I get on the mic for both rooms sometime between 9 and 9:15. Now, I usually pack it in sometime between 2 and 2:30 Eastern time. But William tends to keep this room open even after I leave, maybe to 3-ish. Okay. So if you're if you're in YouTube right now and you want a more active room, come in here. A lot more action in this room. Action meaning a lot more traders in the room, swapping ideas, etc. Okay. Also, if you keep scrolling down from my homepage, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. The trade of the week is free. You will get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Okay. Education section. Click on the education. So if you click on my homepage link, scroll down, education section. So two reasons to look at this. So first reason, if you're just taking out a subscription, mandatory you do this. For getting started with trade ideas, 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have trade ideas, and a lot of people don't realize these rooms are all free. You don't have to be a member of Trade Ideas to be in these trading rooms. But if you are thinking about maybe taking out a subscription, what I would do before I would do that is take a look, start off that second video, go to the end, gives you an idea about what we're capable of. It may or may not be what you're looking for. You can always try us for a month. If you don't like it, then unsubscribe, okay? And if you scroll down a little bit more, back to basics. This is for you if you're new to trading. 15 videos, okay, if you're new to trading. And last, if you're looking for my scans, and you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, and here they are. So this race right here is this one right here, the biggest gainers from the start of the race. Again, I had a top 10 list that had been generated because I load this rate. Well, this race loads for me in the pre-market. And of course, I had a top 10 list because it was working in the pre-market. But anyway, I did do a reboot of Trade Ideas. This is another race. It's a large cap race. I don't have it displayed. I don't have it up and running, but it's a large cap race. This is a way more volatile race. Upside versus downside movers is here. Well, look at the CRE now, guys. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market app is up and down. And this has been the star so far today, the daily trend reversals, okay? This is a multi-strategy window. Now, if you load it from my homepage, this is the don't repeat version of it. That's why it says DR at the end. This is the repeating version where you'll see the stock over and over again every time it either made a new high or low. Now, the only difference, one of the differences is for instance, you would not have seen OLOX. I took the scan This is after I put it on my homepage, and I adjusted the price range I'm looking at to $1, minimum of $1 instead of $2. Okay. So Kishore, if you go to info, I'm sure it would. Okay. So go to info at trade-ideas.com. Talking to Kishore in our YouTube room. Okay. Yes, info at trade-ideas.com. Give them your email address. I used to sign up and say you'd like to use my code, okay, Barry 28, to try, say, the premium for a month, okay? And I'm sure, I know they can do the adjustment. I can't do it for you, but the accounting people can do it, okay? So I do have other scans I'm sharing, guys, but I do not have them up and running. Doesn't mean they're bad. Just means, I try to limit the number of scans, but you can certainly take a look at anything I've got here. So both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So if you do have questions, you can ask me questions all day long. Wow. So there's the DAIC. Let's see what it's doing. So it's actually got halted on the way. It looks like it got halted on the way down. Yeah, it may not be over. I mean, it got into the VWAP area. Xpon got into the VWAP area, but if it takes out, well, you can see what it did. It got right to that high. In that week, there's a within this week, and that would have been in the week of April 13th. There was a daily high, and that's what that red line is, and that's where it got to. Mm, excuse me, guys. Is this right? Should be a moment, guys. Okay. Well, there's the Xpon. Is it? Did it get above? Yeah. and it's halted on the way up. What do they do again? Battery manufacturing. Nothing's really shaking with our AI today, guys. Not yet, anyway. Gonna keep an eye on the M. Well, no, not now. Yeah, yesterday the AI had a great day. Today, not so great yet. So remember, guys, you can ask me questions all day long. Why I keep harping on that is it keeps me interested, okay, engaged and all. There's the CAPR. So this is not a reversal. Let's take a look at the reversal. I just want to show you what it looks like in terms of the filters. But this is now 8:45. Wow, that really tore through those highs on the weekly. You can see we're at three highs on the weekly around, say, call it 8:40. So it tore through that. So down big yesterday, but up big today. Okay, configure. I'll show you what it's looking for. Now, all the scans I've got, you can make adjustments. All right, you can make adjustments to anything. Like just the fact that I want to see stocks between $1 and $60 doesn't mean that's what you want to see. You maybe want to see 1 to 100. Maybe you want 50 to 1,000. Okay, but this is what I want to see. The price is between $1 and $60. And again, if you load it from my homepage, it'll say two. If you want to reduce it to one, go ahead. Current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. Current volume has to be at least 150,000 shares. Has to be up at least 1% from yesterday's close. And here are the key ones. Has to be down. It had to close down at least 5% yesterday. Okay, so at the end of the day, had to be down at least 5%. And also, to get this alert, it has to be above, has to be at least at the high of yesterday. Okay, that's what that 100% means. Position in previous day's range. So that 100 means it would have to be at least at the high of yesterday. Okay, so if all, and oops, and the only other thing I do, and I think I made a change also. In fact, I know I did. What I didn't want to happen is have getting alerts right at 9:30. Okay, we'd be overwhelmed, in my opinion. So what I did was originally I made the time of day. I put 10 there. What that meant was that you would not get an alert until at least 10 minutes into the open or after the open. Wow, look at the Xpon. Oh, it just opened, guys. So so if you load it from my homepage, it's going to say 10. If you want to reduce it to 5, these are all real-time alerts. I just didn't want to get any alerts right at 9:30. Okay. But if you don't care, you can get rid of that in its entirety. And if you want to get alerts right at 9:30, go ahead. Okay, and then the other one is just the reverse. Up big yesterday, but down today. And you can see it's just the reverse. Instead of looking for a new high of the day, it's looking for a new low. Now the price had to be up at least 5% yesterday, but today had to be at least 1% down from yesterday's close, and it has to be below the low of yesterday's. Okay, had to be below previous position of previous day's range. When you put zero, that means it's going to be at least at the low of yesterday. Okay, so there's basically two competing scans right here. All right, guys. So this is a quant, and it is moving down QBTS. I do have one other scan on my other monitor. Okay, I don't have this on my home page. It's the bouncers toppers, and what it's looking for stocks that look like this, stocks that are maybe oversold, and maybe looking for a bounce. Though I tend to what I'm trying to do with this scan though is wait for the bounce. Okay, if it happens, and then see if the bounce stalls, and then it continues down. So I would be looking at these are actually ultimately a short, and then the reverse is like this. EQT as an example, a stock that maybe looks like being overbought, little pullback here, but then maybe the continuation. Seems to be a crowd favorite, guys. You're listening. my pour in the morning, a couple of pours in the morning. There's always two, Grumpy. Okay, XPON halted on the way down now. Okay, all right. You know what? PLAB may be, well, it's trying anyway, moving up that 30 level. There's the VWAP up here, 33.24. Okay, guys, going to take a look at some of these races now. Now that cannot be. VMAR must have done a reverse split. Yeah, there's no way it's up 1,000%. So VMAR must have done a reverse split. It's actually up 22%. Boy, I don't know why our charts cannot get coordinated with a single stock window. It's obviously pulling the data in from different data sources. Okay, guys. Yeah. So I don't know why we must pull in different data sources for our charting data. It makes no sense to me. Seriously. But anyway, so let's take a look at some of these ones that are showing up. MWYN, Marwin, and the next high looking left on the monthly could be too close. What was the relative volume on the XCon? Yeah, 130. So, that's probably I would say this is probably the most powerful filter that we've got, the relative volume filter. So what that means is it's trading 130 times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. Now, that doesn't mean it's going to be 130 for the rest of the day as the volume tapers off. I mean, but it'll still be very high. Yeah, NVIDIA, I think I read that the implied volatility is around 6.1%, something like that for NVIDIA. I don't really know how that helps. I mean, all it's just telling you that, on the upside it could move 6%, on the downside it could move down 6%. But so how does that really help anybody just to know that? Is there a way to play straddles or things like that? Is that how people would do it, option wise? So let me understand that. So if it moved, say 8% to the upside, then you would go and buy it in theory. And then if it moved down 8% on the short side, if it lost 8%, then you would short it. Oh, the opposite. Okay. So you're playing a bouncer, or you're playing at the top or the bouncer. Okay. Okay. Well, we'll see what happens. Yeah. Okay. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Well, that makes a little more sense then. Have you followed that at all, William? Like the implied volatility in general, and done exactly that? Just it offer tomorrow, okay, for NVIDIA. I could do the same thing. I mean, I think it was 6.1%. I want to say, I think that's what I read. I think that might even be, I might have even posted that. No, it must have been something else I read about the implied volatility of NVIDIA. Give me a moment. I know I can dig it up. Yeah, 6.1%. The implied volatility is 6.1%, with the weight of open interest remains firmly on the call side. So yeah, it'll be interesting then to see what happens. Exactly, Radley, tomorrow. Well, the relative volume will be high. We know that because anytime a company releases earnings, typically, that's when they're going to have high relative volume, even if it moves higher or lower. Well, as somebody pointed out, that might have been a sell the news. When I look at Meta, I'm looking at NetU. This is a way to play it also. But you can see that on that news earlier on, it got up to 21. I mean, I could look at Meta, but this is how I play it. Plenty of volume. I mean, 10 million shares, a lot cheaper than Meta, but a massive pullback from the highs here. Still under the VWAP. I mean, if it broke through the VWAP again, maybe I'll put a price. 20 to me would be a pretty, that'd be kind of psychological for this, but I'll put a price alert just over the VWAP and see if it takes it out. Kind of a quiet day right now, guys, for the Hulse resumes. Normally, this is just jam packed by now. So XPON is resumed. Well, remember I was talking about this QBTS as I should have listened to myself. The way I'm playing these bouncers toppers is that yes, it looked like maybe something that was oversold, but wait for the little bounce, and then when it sort of starts to fail, take the short. Trying to see if there's any news in this one. I see. Well, I mean, this hit after hours yesterday. I mean, I don't know how the CFO is going to retire, but effective September 2nd. So it's not like he got booted out, like the day of. I'm not what I'm saying. So he's effective September 2nd. I know that's next week, but I don't know if that's the reason for the weakness in the stock. If he was a real star, then they're I guess putting this guy as the acting financial chief, Greg Golkov. So what this QBTZ is, it's a way, if you thought QBTS was going to continue down, instead of selling it, you could buy this and you'll get double the move. So what does that mean, double the move? So if QBTS moves down 1%, this will move up 2%. But remember, if QBTS does start to recover, it moves up 1%, this will move down 2%. So just be aware of that. But plenty of volume. Not that QBTS was that expensive, but typically that's why I like these company ETFs. They're a lot cheap, especially like the Metas and the The microns, let's see what's happening in micron today. Micron's basically flat. But instead of it, if you wanted, if you thought Micron was going to bounce, or if you wanted to short it, well, you can take a look at Mud. A lot cheaper, $10. So if you thought Micron was going to move down, you could buy this one. This is the short version. It's only one time, but and then the other one I think is Muzz or MUU. I think MUU is one. Yeah. So this is the bull. So if you thought Micron was going to bounce, you could buy this one. Again, it's just how much cheaper it is. And there's plenty of volume, okay, and the spread is usually great. So that's why I like these company ETFs. Webtoon Entertainment Inc. Okay. Well, okay, Radley. So the question was, I never saw those reverse ETFs. Is that better than shorting the stocks? Well, it depends. I don't know how to define better. I mean, a lot of them are other. They're generally cheaper, so I don't know if it's going to be better. Some of them are two times the move. Okay, so if you really, if you really were, dug in on wanting to short a stock because you really thought it was going to move down, then some of the ETFs are two times the move. But typically, so I don't know how to answer the question. Is it better? I mean, if you wanted to short Micron right now, as an example, but you're shorting if you don't mind shorting a $931 stock, but if you thought Micron was going to move down, and you buy this one, it's a one timer, it's not a two timer, but you'd buy this one, and look at the difference in price. So I don't know if it's better. It's just that the price difference is pretty dramatic in most of these. But it's the same move, okay? I mean, if you look at Micron right now, Micron the stock, I mean it's the same. I mean, it's fluctuating a little bit here, but 22, it's basically flat. Oh, I don't know about that using fractional shares. I don't know if it's better than using fractional shares. I couldn't tell you that. All I know is that if I really wanted to get involved with Micron, I'd be doing it with those ETFs personally. Whether it's better or than using fractional shares, I cannot tell you that. But you get the same move. I mean, in theory, they're in lockstep. Okay, the moves are the same. Same percentages, except just be aware that some of them are two times. Yeah. So if you look at QBTS right now, okay, QBTS. I mean, this is pretty. I mean, QBTS the stock was pretty cheap, but if you really had the resolve that the stock. So sort of remember this. This is up 14%. Okay. So let's take a look at QBTS. You see how it's down 7%, and the other one is up 14%. So, I mean, if you had the resolve that QBTS was going to continue to move down, then yeah, you could buy that QBTZ and you'll get double the move. So if QBTS kept moving down, if it moved down another 1%, then QBTZ is going to move up 2%. Okay. So I mean, is it better? Depends, I suppose, on how what your resolve is in terms of the move. If you really thought something was going to keep moving down, and you can buy a two-time ETF, sure. So NOPO, the MUU, well, on the bear side, yes. Okay, sorry. On the bear side. On the long side, this is the two-time MUU is the two-time company ETF. Okay, but on the bear side, if you want to, if you again, if you thought Micron was going to move down, then you could buy Mud, and it's a one-timer. There may be a two-timer out there, I don't know, but a little more flexibility if you're looking for double the move, either up or down. And I'm talking to Radley in our YouTube room, and cheaper, just cheaper. I mean, I know it shouldn't matter. I mean, it's all percentage. It's all based on percentages, but psychologically for me, I'd rather if I thought I'd rather pay $10 or $20 and do this rather than pay $1,000 on the micro. But that, what? I mean, that's just me. I'm not recommending anything like that. Give me a moment, guys. I have to go through my little nonsense of getting rid of the Epic pen. Why? Because I want to shove these down to the bottom and then bring it back. Still need an answer from you. The definitive answer from you, Pepe. Why does this? Why does that happen? Mud is short and MUU is long. Yes. You just have to load them and you'll see. I mean, look at Mud. It says the bear, right? One time bear. And if you load MUU, it says two time long. Bull. Well, bull. Okay. So, Radley, I'm talking to, there are two rooms going, okay, just in case. I'm talking to somebody else in the other room. So, here's a good website, okay? I'll just pop this website. We found this, well, somebody found it for me a long time, quite a while ago, a couple of months ago, maybe. Just give me a moment as I try to find it. So, looking at this website, and it's, I mean, it does the job, not elegantly, but it does the job. So it's called the definitive list of single stock ETFs. Okay. So in the little magnifying glass, so if I type in MU, okay, and you can see them all here. There are others. There are others. So you've got MUB, you've got MUD, you've got MUG, you've got MUIB. You've got a bunch of them. The ones we've seemed to be focusing on are the MUD and the MUU. So it would be a matter of loading these and just seeing what the volume is like. Okay. Problem is when I go here and I try to scroll down, it disappears. So it's not, but it works. Okay. So that's the idea. And so earlier, I wanted to see was there one for Intuit? And when you start typing it into it, well, if I typed it in correctly, and you can see there's none. There is not one. Okay. Why? Because this was an earnings play and it's an expensive one. So, and there was none for ANF either. Okay, this is not okay. This is nothing for ANF. So that's how, if you're doing some pre-market work and you saw something that you really wanted to trade and you wanted to see if they had a company ETF, just save that link and then you can just do the work on your own to see if there is a company ETF. I think NVDA really started it all. I mean, there may have been one before that, but you can see here's NVIDIA. Yeah. So William is saying if it's a two timer, but the mud is a one timer. Okay. The mud happens to be a one timer. Okay. You just see one time ETF. Just load it and you'll see. And even if you go to that website, that it'll tell you immediately. But when you load it, the bear is one time ETF. Whereas the QBTZ was a two time ETF for QBTS. Yes, Radley, exactly. So these companies like Direxion and Granite, they created a real niche marketing or sector, if you want to call it, of these company ETFs. I mean, ETFs have been around for a long time, but they just started so many of these companies, and some I would even call some. I mean, HIMS is not obscure, but that's why when I look, HIMS has one, okay, for both the short side and the long side, and that's why I sort of question, well, why doesn't Intuit have one? This big name company, Intuit, but it's not up to the company, of course. It's up to Direxion or Granite, and there are some other firms out there that are creating these company ETFs. Well, when you're saying more risk, Poe, I mean it's just having to know whether one is a two timer or a one timer. So again, if you thought Micron, if you really thought Micron was going to bounce, it's over the VWAP now, and you thought the bounce was going to continue. I mean, then you could buy MUU. It looks exactly the same, doesn't it? There's the VWAP right there. It's above the VWAP, just like MU is. But remember, if MU starts to slide, this will slide at double the rate. That's all. Now, again, I make no recommendations, but I mean, we're not talking about, you want to hold a stock MU. I mean, I'm not making any recommendations about holding these longer than the day. These, for me anyway, are more intraday plays. It doesn't mean you can't do it, but these are more intraday. Well, of course, I'm not a swing trader, but if I wanted to swing Micron, I probably would not be holding this one. Absolutely. That's why you have to watch the volume and the bid ask spread. I'm talking to Radley in our YouTube room. That's why, when you look at some of the ones that have been created for the companies, load them individually. You can see which ones have the good spreads and the volume. So, when I look at MUU, I mean, the spread is 2 cents right now, 1 cent, plenty of volume. So, it's liquid enough. I would call the ETFs more for trading than investing. Yes. See, I don't know about the company ETFs decaying the same way the sector ETFs do. I just don't know enough about it like that. So that's why now I have been playing MetU, not today, but I've also, instead of, I mean, this is the two time, right? And when I wanted to short MetU, there's probably is a way to buy. There's probably a short version. I don't know if it's a two timer, but I've been just shorting this one. Okay, and because there are shares available for my at my broker, 500,000 shares. Just out of curiosity, I'm sure MetU must have a short version. Or Meta, excuse me, Meta. So, you see, I can't go, the minute I do this, it disappears. Yeah. That's, there's got, I'm sure there must be a short version for men. Maybe I have to expand this a lot more. So let me do it again on the meta. Interesting. I'm not seeing the Met U at all. I know it's here somewhere. Probably have to expand it more. But anyway, it's but that's what you can do. Just do the work on your own. You don't have to wait for anybody to tell you if there's a, and there's Meta. I mean, there's the Met U now, just over the VWAP. Yeah. So for me, these are, again, I'm not a swing trader anyway, but for me, these are just intraday trade, the way to trade them intraday. In fact, this is definitely interesting to me now. See, the wave has changed now to blue, and it's over the VWAP. Okay, it's over the VWAP. And you can see the relative volume. I mean, it works here too. I mean, and of course, big stocks like Tesla, they've got it also. Okay, well, let's see if this works, guys. I mean, it's over the VWAP. Now, I'm not expecting much, okay, because I mean, the fact that it had the massive, pretty steep decline from the pre-market. That's the pre-market, yeah, 910, from 2150 down to 19. That's a big drop. And certainly, if it gives up the VWAP, I'm out. So BZ, yeah, this is from our AI guys. BZ is from our AI, just over 19. This could be an interesting one now. I wouldn't have taken it until it broke 19 anyway. The alert came at 1874 and a real strong base here. It's a big float, one of the big China stocks. Before I would do, and it's up 17%, man. Had earnings yesterday reaction and just a massive continuation. But before I would do that, what's happening with the overall China market? Take a look at KWeb. So this is really, I mean, the overall China market is really flat. So BZ is really trading on its own compared to the overall China market. All right, guys. Well, let's see if this one works. Okay. I mean, it's a nice base here. I'm talking about the BZ. Meanwhile, look at the net you now, guys. Look at that. That break of the VWAP was sensational. So understand, I don't tell people what to buy. I'm just pointing out ideas, and I will say, well, I like it, so it doesn't mean you have to take the trade. But boy, that really worked. A little break over. I mean, that's a nice, that's a nice expanding bar. Getting a little too parabolic almost. Okay, I've taken some off. Okay, I mean, to me, it's gone a little too parabolic. And so I'm wondering if people are going to, if that hadn't happened, I would probably still be in this trade completely. But a moment, please. Okay, guys, I'm back. So, I mean, the highs up here are 21, okay, a little over 21. I mean, it's possible, of course, we could get, oh, I see you have our AI. Good. Wow, that's a nice one, Radley. Yeah, this just happened. So interesting. This is a two-time for Meta. This is a two-time for Meta. Well, of course, I traded it. I traded Met U. So this is another one. What has more volume? This is 2 million in the float, 2 cent spread, not float, but 2 million shares have traded. So yeah, there's another one. So this is by Granite, and the Met U is it Direxion? Yeah, Direxion. A lot more volume, but I mean, still enough volume for the FBL. But I'm sure FBL must be moving down now a little bit. Yeah, it's the same. Okay, and it's a two timer, so it's exactly like MetU. Because MetU has more volume. Why we're talking about it is because FBL showed up in our AI at 2079. Nice little move to 2133. Well, the alert from the AI, I'll tell you, Kishore, was 2079. And this is a short for picks at 1081, 1048 now. The best way, I mean, Kishore, I don't want, the way to use the AI is like a watch list, okay? It's not just when you get the alert, you just pile into the trade without thinking, okay? You use it like a watch list. Just one moment again, please. But again, Keisha, I'm sorry, I got interrupted there, but and anybody with the AI, don't just blindly take these trades just because the AI gives you an alert. You've got to have some trading experience. Take a look at the chart. Do you want to take it now? Is it maybe a little early? And also, don't forget about the reentry. No, this both of these have not. Well, this could work later. I doubt the MSS. I mean, there's a reentry at 204. It's at 164 now. But here, this one a reentry at 177. It's at 170 now. You never know. Later on in the day, it may start to move. Some people just wait for reentries. No right or wrong way to use the AI, our AI. Okay. Just waiting on this BZ. If we start getting a little turned down in that color, I may get out of it. But right now, right now, it's basically right where I bought it. So I'm not going to get out of it yet. Time is it now? 10:58. So I did ask the question. So today is Wednesday. I did ask the question. It does look like Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas, is going to be doing his YouTube thing between 12 and 1 Eastern Time. He doesn't take over my YouTube stream. He starts his own. Okay. So before that happens, before I take my break at around noon Eastern, I will put the YouTube link in. I have to put it in both. Okay. Just give me a moment. Just give me a moment. All right, guys. Sorry about that. I think I did accidentally shut down the room. So give me a moment. Should be back, right? I'm sorry. I accidentally shut down the room. Great having a web-based version of these rooms and all, but every now and then I'm doing other things and I accidentally shut down. Anyway, we're back. at least with the trading room, as opposed to our YouTube room, it's easy to reload, and it doesn't boot everybody out when I do it. So we're good, right? You guys can see my screen, and I'm not talking to the YouTubers. I know that's YouTubers were fine. I want to just make sure you guys can see my screen and okay, and hear me, of course. Okay, thank you, Faith. Well, the Met U is still okay. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put a little price alert. Oh, okay, Poe, say it. Just say it, Poe. Get it off your chest. Just say it. I was just saying, I'm going to put a price alert to induce it upwards. Well, so far, anyway. Let's see if it has any continuation. The BZ has any continuation. So it's rare I'm in two trades at the same time, but the net U is getting closer to that high right up here. Okay, guys, let's take a look at anything else interesting. The race. So if you're looking for volatile stocks, this is the race. Okay, this is what you should be looking at. This race, volatile meaning the ones that have the biggest percentage moves up or down. Well, mainly up, but they could be moving down after, of course. But would anybody like me to go over this race? If I don't get any hands up, then I won't go over it. Just the concept of racing. But Pepe. Cheers, Juan. Well, Amber said yes. So sure, why not? There could be others out there that are, interested in understanding the concept of the racing. Not necessarily, Radley. It all you can. Well, okay. Well, let me just show you the concept of racing. Radley asked the question also in our YouTube room. You know, there's another room, Radley. It looks like you're a fairly active trader. You could come into the main room also if you want. It's free. I mean, you can stay in YouTube if you want. There's no problem staying in YouTube. But if you want to interact with some other traders, you can come into the main room. Also, the main room is open pre-market, 7 o'clock in the morning. So again, anybody in YouTube wanting to come into the main room, just click on my homepage link, and here it is, the trading room. Open at 7, and I usually take off sometime between 2 and 2:30. Always staying later if there are questions, but William keeps the room usually open after I leave. Anyway, what I wanted to show you was in the education section. Click on the education section, and then at the top here is our user guide. And one of the sections is TI stock racing. So everything I'm going to talk about is right here in TI stock racing, okay? You know what is a nice continuing earnings play is ANF, guys. Look how beautiful that is. Hardly any pullbacks at all. I mean, it was already up a lot, but at 138, but it's at 148 now. So the race. So I am running 4-minute races, okay? Everything is customizable. I'm running a 4-minute race. If you want to run a 3-minute race, a 5-minute race, a 10-minute race, that's up to you. So what does that 6.5% mean? That means that since the race started almost 4 minutes ago, this stock, EXYN, has moved the most, 6.5%. Well, let's see if it maintains its leadership position, because it's like any other race. What'll happen, okay, the race 2, 1, okay, so it won, barely, did it? No, look what happened. At the very, very last second, NUWE took over the top spot. Okay. So because I had to do a reboot of trade ideas at about 9:35, my race was actually running starting at my time. I got up pretty early. I want to say around 4:30, 4:40. Okay, my time. So it was running for quite a while. What happens is a top 10 list is built automatically for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So why NUWE is not showing is because that was the first race it won. If it wins the next race, it'll knock one of these out, the ones that won only one race. So how to use it? Well, you see something at the leading, click on it. You're going to hear me say this over and over again. See, here's SMTK. Click on it. See what's happening. Okay. When I say that, look at your charts. It depends on the chart time frames you like to trade on. I've got a 2, 10, and a daily, a weekly, and a monthly. The daily and the weekly and monthly is more to see where the next highs are, because most of the things, not necessarily in the race, but certainly here and here, these are all producing stocks at the high or at the low of the day. So that's why if it's at the high, then I'm going to look left on the daily chart. Where is that next high on the daily chart? Can't see it on the daily, I look on the weekly. And if I can't see it on the weekly, I look on the monthly. But when you click on these ones, these stocks don't necessarily have to be at the high of the day. In fact, you can see, obviously, this is not, or is this pre-market? That's 8 o'clock. So this is at, not the pre-market high, but this is at the high of the day. But you never know. I mean, sometimes a stock when you click on it, it might be coming into let's see if I can see this one, CRE. I mean, you don't know until you click on it, but CRE could have been coming into the VWAP. It's broken down below it, but it could have been coming into the VWAP, and maybe the VWAP is going to hold it, and then it bounces off, depending on your style of trading. Some of you are big VWAP players. Stock comes into the VWAP, holds it, acts as support, and then bounces off it. Or maybe you've got a moving average on your chart that you like, and maybe the stock comes into the moving average. You watch to see if it holds it, it bounces off it, you take the trade. So if you're a bit of a VWAP player and you think it's going to hold, you watch the action, moves up, and you take the trade, and then you put your stop just underneath the VWAP as an example, as an idea, just as an idea. Okay. So you don't have to wait for a race to be over for you to click on the symbol. Obviously, click on it. You see it's at the top. Click on it. See what's happening. You see anything in here, click on it. See what's happening. OPTU. I don't take stocks under a dollar, so this is now just starting to be over a dollar. Click on it. You see what's happening. On a weekly chart, I'm looking at 109 is the next time. If it could break through that, then the next time the weekly chart is around at 150. That could be setting up for some of you. We all have different trading styles. Okay. So again, anything in the list, click on it, see what's happening. Any stock that's won a race before, click on it, see what's happening. The OLOX was, huge at the very beginning, but who knows? Maybe it was just coming back, and maybe it was sitting over the VWAP. Maybe that VWAP was going to act as really good support. Right now, it's underneath it. But, some of you might look at that, go, okay, maybe I take this trade and see if it can get back towards the VWAP. Well, the VWAP is, the VWAP is probably the question Radley's asking in our YouTube room. It's probably the number one indicator that's used by intraday traders. Okay, it's my opinion. I think I don't have any. I suppose other guys, Gemini, but it's definitely up there if it's not the number one. As opposed to, let me see if I can find one. Let's take a look at Microsoft as an example. There. So there's the 200-day moving average. Obviously, the 200-day moving average is probably the most important for on the daily chart. Okay. And I certainly, when I'm intraday trading, I'm going to be aware of the 200-day moving averages, though, because if I thought that Microsoft might be good to buy right now, okay, but that 200-day moving average was above it, even if I'm looking intraday, I'm always going to check on the daily just to see where it is, because I could easily block it. Okay, if you want to. So the VWAP though intraday is something that it's a volume weighted average price. It's where a lot of the action is, where all the big volume at a certain price is. So it makes sense that could act as support on the way down, or if you're looking resistance on the way up. Does it work all the time? Of course not. Now, something that you're obviously a subscriber, so let me just keep going on one aspect here. If you, all right, BZ, thank you. Another little move for me. If you right click on an alert window and then click on configure, I'll get back to the race, okay? But click on configure, and this is for everybody. Okay, so right click on an alert window and click on configure, and this box is going to pop up. Okay, this is going to tell. If I click on the summary, it's telling me what the scan is looking for. But click on the search. Click on the search. Now type in VWAP. Okay. And the distance from the VWAP. Click on help. This is the filter. We do have some real-time alerts when it crosses above or below, or there's some divergence. But click on the distance from the VWAP. Right click on it, or left click on it. Sorry, left click on it to highlight it, and then you see where it says help. Click on the help. So here is a great idea. This is telling you all about the VWAP. Okay, all about the VWAP and why it can be important. Okay. Okay. So it's a great tool that we've got. Well, tool. It's in the guide, but all you have to do is just that's the VWAP. But for instance, what if you said, well, that's cool. I can do that with what about RSI? What is first of all, does Trade Ideas have anything to do with the RSI? Yes, we do. So we've got the 1, 2, these are filters. But if you say, well, I want the 20, we don't have it. Okay, we just don't have it. These are what we've got. And if you right click on that, or sorry, right click on it, I'm sorry, left click on it, and do the help on this. And that's going to give you a whole explanation about RSI. Okay, whole explanation about it. You're looking for Ichimoku. Well, let's start typing it in. I see. Well, guess what? We don't have it. Okay, we don't have it. So that's a great way. You click on the search and then type in and see what we've got. MACD. What do we have? We've got, obviously, we've got a lot of stuff on MACD. You want the 20-minute MACD? We don't have it. You can't manufacture it. Okay? So anything that's want to race, click on it. Again, see what's happening. See what's happening. DAIC, which has been very active, of course, the last few days. Who knows? Maybe when you clicked on it, it was moving into the VWAP. Maybe it was going to hold. So now the question has to be, if you're looking at this for the first time, well, why are these stocks showing up? So if I right click on the body of the race and open top list, one of the options I have, open top list. So all races start from a top list window. So if I right click on this top list window, notice I have an option that says launch the real-time stock race. Okay. So all races start from a top list window. This is what I want to see in my top list window. I right click on the window. So I want to see stocks between $1 and $50, minimum shares traded 200,000, and up at least 2% from yesterday's close. That's what I want to see. So hopefully it's starting to dawn on everybody. Well, that may not be what you want to see. You can create your own top list window or take mine and change maybe some things. Maybe you don't like that price range. Maybe you'll have a filter you want to add. Maybe you want to modify any of these numbers. But this happens to be what I want to see. Okay? And then what I've done here is now a top list window, you can still use a top list window the same way. So let's say you wanted to find the stocks that are up the most today based on your filters, the price range that I had and minimum volume and all. Well, as long as I have the header, which I do, the C% is the change from yesterday's close. As long as I have the column header, I can sort on it. And so CRE up 165%, XPON 68%, etc. Okay, all the way down this list. If I wanted to see the stocks that have changed the most from their opening trade of the day, that's the change from the open percent. XPON 38%, etc. So I'll keep it here. So again, you can kind of see that you can still use a top list in this fashion. Show me the stocks that are up the most today. Show me the stocks that are down the most today. Show me the stocks that have moved the most in the last 5 minutes or down the most in the last 10 minutes. Things like that. As long as you have the column header, you can sort on it. So the race though. Now, because these stocks, the CRE and the XPON and the VMAR right now, these are stocks that are, really trading abnormally, 34%, 167%, probably high relative volume. You're going to see those type of stocks probably in this race all day long. Why? Because they're very active all day long. But the beauty of the race is this. The race does not care whether a stock is up the top here. All it cares about is, since the race started, what stock in this list of stocks has moved the most since the race started. So, CRE is going to win this race. So you can see how that CRE, and that's what the number, see, CRE changed from 3 to 4. So that's what these numbers mean. How many times has a stock won a race? There are some days where you'll see a stock that's won 20 or 30 or 40 races. I mean, that's how active they are. But again, it doesn't care where it is. So what would happen? We looked at Optu just a little while ago. What if Optu was up 6% from yesterday's close? Well, what if all of a sudden it really started to move? It was up 8%, 10%, 12%, 20%. How would you know that? You're not going to stare at a list of stocks all day long. Well, that's what the race does for you, though. It just shows you the stocks that are moving the most since the race started. Okay? So you can have this race. I've got two races that I'm sharing on my homepage. This is a volatile race, and I also have a large cap race, which will not be as volatile. You will not see the big percentage moves like here. Doesn't mean it's bad. It just means it's less volatile. But you can create your own race, or you can take my race and you can, make some changes to it if you want. But all that is in the guide. So how would you do this? So if you took now the other thing, if you took my race right now, or actually any one of my scans right now, if you load my race right now through my homepage, don't think you've done something wrong by thinking, well, how come I don't have that same top 10 list? Your top 10 list will be built from when you started loading when you started to load your race. Well, when you loaded your race. Right now it's 11:22. Okay. Well, this race does not necessarily mean the stock is making a new high of the day. Okay. It could have pulled back into something. If you wanted the stock to be at the high of the day, you would add a filter, the position in days range. Okay. And you would put, say, I don't know, 90 or so in the min. So the stock would be near the high of the day at least. The problem is getting the time of the race to change and save. So in other words, you want to change okay, well, first of all, let me do this, okay? I want to duplicate the race because I don't want to stop this race. I'll just duplicate it to show you how you can take my race, okay, and do what hopefully this is going to work for you, Amber, and how then you can take this race. If you click on the gear, now this is not on the time, okay, but this is just in general. If you click on the gear, here's how you can make some very quick changes. Maybe you don't like the price range. Maybe you don't like that minimum volume. So you can make some quick changes here. And also then you can click on advanced. Now you're going to see everything. There's only one other filter I got in here. Okay, so if I go to the window specific filters, here are the values I'm using. So you can make the changes right here. Here's where you can add, for instance, for you, Radley. Oh yeah, you can so here, the position in the day's range, you might want to add that and make it, I don't know, 90%. What that would mean is that if you had 100%, that would mean the stock is right at the high of the day. So maybe you want to make that 90, so it would be close because this is the daily candle, okay? So this would be near the high of the high of the day. If you put 90, you put 95, it's going to be even closer. That's the position in the day's range. So if you wanted to, you could add that, and then you would see just the stocks near the high of the day, as opposed to something that might have pulled back. Okay, so all I'm saying right now is here's where you can make your change. You want to add some filters in that you like. You can search to see if there's a filter, that you want to add. If you wanted to add RSI, you can add. You just do a search, okay, and then you say okay. Now the race will be based on your set of parameters. Now you could start from scratch. All I'm saying, you could start a brand new top list, and all I'm saying is, though, you could take my top list and without having to start a brand new one, and just make the changes you want, or you could start a brand new top list from scratch. I'm gonna cancel out of that. Now the race is stopped when it's in red. So here's how you can make some other changes. So if I right click now in the body of the race, now that it's stopped, and show the race setup. So the question Amber had is, I'm running 4-minute races. Here's how you can change, the time frame. So I'm not sure why it would not change for you. If for instance, if you wanted to run a 5-minute race or a 10-minute race, so if I change that to 10 minutes, Now, the other thing that you might want to do, not you, but people listening to me, because again, when I put this in my homepage, initially I wanted to do start at 9:30, so I put auto start at time. Now, okay, now that if you click on the box, that'll stop the race. So I wanted it to start at 9:30, okay, at the 9:30 open. But then I switched it, and I checked the auto start on load, which means whenever I load trade ideas, I want my race to start. I'm always loading it in the pre-market. You don't have to do that if you don't want to. But these are the two that people might want to change. You want to change the time. So at this point, Amber, I'm running a 10-minute race. So at this point, it says 10 minutes. So why is it not saving for you? Because now you would just right click. First of all, if you just save your layout, this should save that particular that should change the fact that you change it to a 10-minute race. I'm just using 10 as an example. You can definitely also make sure you right click, save or share to cloud, save it to the cloud. But for instance, if I did this right now, if I said, you know what, I don't like this anymore, 4-minute races, I X that out, and I say, and this is my new race based on 10 minutes, and I save my layout, I'd find it hard for me to believe that wouldn't be saved as long as I save my layout. I'm not saying the program's infallible, but anytime I make any changes at all, as long as I save my layout, it'll know the changes I made. Are you 100% sure that you're saving your layout when you exit trade ideas? At the very least, you file, exit, and it's going to ask you, do you want to load this layout the next time you load trade ideas? And he's going to say yes, or you're going to say yes or no, and most people say yes. Or again, file. You can save your layout to your computer. Okay, that would be to save the layout, and then you can just overwrite. I've got my layout, my June 23rd layout, and if I said save, it'll ask me, do you want to overwrite that layout? Also save your layout to the cloud, file, save or share to cloud, okay? And then more than likely you'd want to choose entire layout, give it a name. Maybe give it a date or give it some name that makes sense to you, and then save it. Now, why should you save things to the cloud? I mean, you can save things to your computer, but saving things to the cloud, if anything happens to your computer, or no, the web version cannot be connected to the broker. Web version, we don't support it anymore. Bradley asked that question in the YouTube room. Why save things to the cloud? So first of all, I'm running on a desktop. If my desktop exploded in the next second, well, go and buy a new one and then file load from cloud. I load my program, Trade Ideas program, and then I just load what I want from the cloud. Okay? So that's the obvious reason to load things to the cloud. You can also have trade ideas on as many different devices as you want. So I'm working on a desktop, but I've got a couple of laptops. I can have them on all the devices that I want. Now, you can only have trade ideas open one device at a time. But let's say, again, I ran out and bought a new laptop. Okay, download the program and then file load from cloud. Everything is saved. The other thing is, if you ever decide you don't want trade ideas anymore, maybe you want to take a break from trading, but then you come back, you want to take out your subscription again, as long as you use the same email address, and as long as you've saved everything into the cloud, it's still waiting there for you. Okay? So good idea. What I do, I save individuals. So the other thing is, if you're loading anything from my homepage, you don't have to do it every day. If you like this daily trend reversal, for instance, you say, you know what, I love this one. Well, make sure, first of all, you save it to the cloud, right click, save or share to cloud. You know, daily trend reversals is already there, save it. So if you accidentally X this out, as an example, if I did that, okay, but I just have to load it back from the cloud. Okay. Well, guys, this has been a fast morning. It's 11:32 now. I love the questions. Okay, great. Okay, guys, so I'm out of the BZ. It gave me a little bit. I mean, I got up to almost 1940. Didn't quite get up there, but so that is, let's see, what else is happening on our AI? It's picked shortable for me, and the answer is yeah, they was shortable for me. Morning, Nestor, in our YouTube room. I would say it's slow. In fact, I would say when you say slow, I mean, are you talking not? You're not talking about the number of alerts I'm at. There are a lot of alerts. I would say it's actually fairly active. Can I speak about big losses in what respect? If you're talking about how to not have take a big loss, is that what you mean? Number one way not to take a big loss is, of course, to have a stop. Okay, so every trade you get into, you should have a price where you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working for you, and it should be a manageable. What time is it now? 11:33. Yeah, I can very quickly. Yeah, let me go to Brokerage Plus. I'm just waiting for the error message to show. Well, maybe it's not going to. Okay, so every trade I take, every single trade I take, I have a stop. What does that mean? I have a price where I'm going to get out of the trade if I don't think it's working for me. Okay. Now that is the tricky part when you're first starting out trading. Well, where am I going to put that stop? Whoa, just give me a moment. Wasp is on my desk. Um, so let me just demonstrate a few things here. So if you look now, Brokers Plus is this is a great way to practice trading. Okay, so if you load Brokers Plus, click on New from the toolbar and then Brokers Plus, you'll get something that looks like this. You might have different column headers and all, but you'll get something that looks like this. So the next thing to do is click on, and it might say not connected right there. So you have to connect. So go to Brokers and then Paper Trading, and then you see where it says connect. Now I'm connected into the paper trader. So let's do a trade. Let's take EXYN. If it ever settles down here. And come on, load. Okay, I might have to load it again. Ah, yeah. See, I'm getting an error message. You guys will not. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to click on EXYN again. See how it loads in here? So here's how I trade. Every time I trade, let's say I looked at EXYN, and I'm going to make up some numbers here. Okay. I'm going to take 500 shares. The spread is not great, but this is in the simulator, so I'm going to buy it. First of all, I have to elongate this. I hate the fact you have to do this so you can see the send. You will not get that error message, okay? So if I click on buy and then send. So I'm in 500 shares and entry was 365. I'm going to put, I'm going to add a stop and I'm going to make it 345, okay? I'm just doing this to make the math easy. This is not like what I call, and you're going to see on my chart, you see where it says minus 100? Okay, so that would mean that if I truly took this trade and I put a stop at 365 with the 500 shares, if it moved down and it's 20 cents, 500 times 20 cents is $100. I would lose $100. Okay, so every trade I get into, there's two things I'm quickly looking at. The first thing I look at is that if this trade didn't work, where would I get out of the trade? Okay, could it be a break of the VWAP? If I'm just if it's a whole if I'm taking a trade that's just a little bit over the whole number, did I put it just under the whole number? If you have a moving average that you like everybody's stop could be very different. But in order not to take big losses, I'm sort of going round and round, is to have a stop. So in this particular case, I said, okay, I'm going to put my stop 20 cents away, not because every stop should be 20 cents away, but I just wanted to make the math easy because I because every trade I take is going to have I'm going to risk about the same amount every trade. In this simulator, I like to demonstrate $100 that I'm risking. It all depends on your account size. So what I don't do is this: I don't risk 500 one trade, 1,000 the next trade, $50 the next trade. I try to keep my risk amount the same. Now, some of you might be looking at, well, wait a minute, your risk is way more. You bought 500 shares at 359 or whatever it was, entry 365. Aren't you risking like $1,700? No. If I get out at my stop, I'm only risking $100. Okay, so that's number one. Okay, that's how you avoid big losses. If you don't have a plan, to get out of your trade at a manageable loss, that's how you can get big losses. So if you're just starting out, because it is a difficult thing, I've got obviously some trading experience and I have an idea where I want to put my stop. It could have been looking at the chart and looking at where I consider maybe a lot of support, a lot of action at a certain price. If it broke down through that, I want to be out. Okay. But what you could do is maybe try this. Put your stop at the low of the next of the previous 5-minute candle. That's a defined number. Okay, it's a definite number. There's no guesswork about it. Okay, now here's the whoops. What's happening there? I'm gonna load it again, guys. That's what I don't like about the docking sometimes. Just give me a moment. Again, you will not get this error message. Okay. So the other thing so I'm doing two things very quickly. I'm sizing up. Well, if it doesn't work, where am I putting my stop? If my stop was 20 cents away, okay, based on what I'm seeing, then I have to be able to look at the chart and have a reasonable expectation of making 40 cents on this trade. So how do I do that? I look at, especially if the stock is something that I've taken near the high of the day. That's why I'm looking left on the daily chart. Is the next high in the daily chart at least 40 cents away from the current price, at the price I'm going to take the trade? Why 40 cents? Well, my minimum is I'm going to risk 20 cents. I want to be able to make double that risk. Now, when I say I want to be able to, just because the next high might be at least 40 cents away or even more, 60 or $1 away, doesn't mean it's going to work. But what I want to make sure, though, is that I have a reasonable expectation without any chart resistance getting in the way. Okay, so for me, I have to be able to look left and see that it has a reasonable expectation of moving double whatever I'm risking. Doesn't mean it's going to. So, for instance, if I looked at something that came on my scan, I said, okay, where am I going to put my stop? 20 cents away, and then I quickly look and I see that the next high is a nickel away, 5 cents away. I'm not taking the trade. I'm not going to risk 20 cents to try to make 5 cents. Okay. Now it doesn't mean that next high is absolutely going to block it, but that's just the way I trade. Okay. So that's how you can avoid big losses by making sure you have a stop. Now, the other thing though is when, practice trading using the simulator. Trading is not easy. You can demonstrate that every single day. It's not easy. So you can practice using the simulator. If you cannot make money in a simulator, boy, forget about trying to make money once you have a live once you're connected live to your broker. Okay, and you don't have to use Brokerage Plus. I don't use Brokerage Plus at all to trade. I demonstrate its use as a simulator because there's no emotion involved. If I get stopped out in this trade right here, there's no emotion. Okay, it's just play money, right? But once you're connected to your broker trading, boy, I mean, then that's when it gets very emotional. I do not use trailing stops. Now, the reason I don't use trailing stops is because, usually I'm not usually in more than one trade at a time. So max usually is two. So I like to manage what you don't see. I have another monitor. So if I'm in a trade, like the BZ earlier, I have that thumbnail. I'm watching it. Okay, I'm watching it as I'm talking to you guys. Believe me, I've got my eye on anything that I'm in, and so I like to manage my stops or manage my exits. I'm not saying don't use trailing stops. If I had, 5 or 6 trades I'm in at the same time, I'd have to do it. I'd really have to do something differently. But I'm just not like I don't do that. Okay. So you can practice trading in the simulator. If you can start making money in the simulator, then you can progress to go to your broker and start trading. But you have to be able to make money in the simulator. Unfortunately, just the idea of making, or even if you make money in the simulator, here's where it becomes hard. You might think, okay, I can make money in the simulator. That must easily translate to making money in my real account. Here's the problem. You get into a trade like this, okay, I'm using this as an example, EXYM. Right now it's at 365, so you're basically where we took it. But what happens if it does start moving down towards your stop? You get down to that 345. Sometimes you think to yourself, you know what, maybe that stop was too tight. I'm so convinced it's going to come back. The room is talking about it. There was news on the stock. News is not for me a reason to take a trade. It can be a bonus, but it's not a reason to take a trade. I have my reasons for taking a trade. Most of them are already covered in my scans. I'm not going to see something outside the price range I want, the minimum volume that I want, the relative volume that I want. So a lot of the reasons why I would take a trade are covered in my scans, and then it's a matter of my looking at the charts to determine, make my final determination. Okay, but sometimes the trades just don't work. Okay, doesn't mean you're set. Doesn't mean anything was bad. I mean, just because losing is part of trading. You're not going to win in every trade. So you start to convince yourself, though, as it's moving down towards your stop, that it's going to come back. So again, I'll use this as the example. Remember, my stop is 345. So it hits 345, and I say, now it's going to come back. Now it's at 335. Now it's at 325. Now it's at 3. Now it's at 295, and that $100 manageable loss starts becoming way bigger than what you wanted. And that's because you didn't obey your stop. Okay. So that's one thing. So obeying yourself, because sometimes depending on the type of trade you're in, if you're in a trade that kind of follows the market a bit, these little ones don't typically. But what if you're in, Microsoft or something like that, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, and you're watching the market looks okay. All of a sudden, you're looking at your spot, and all of a sudden there's a massive red bar for some reason. Some tweet came out of nowhere, and boom, the market moves down. You can't control that. So more than likely, some of the larger cap stocks that follow the market, they're going to move against you. It doesn't mean it was a bad trade. You just can't control that. But getting out at your stop means that you're going to limit your loss. You can always get back into the trade if it sets up again for you. Okay. So now the other thing I always like to say is that you don't obey your stop. So in this case, 345 was your stop, and moving down, hits 3, and you keep convincing yourself it's going to come back, and then it does. comes back, gets back up to your entry, and then all of a sudden it's at 4 or 5, and you're so happy you didn't obey your stop. Can that happen? Of course it can. In my experience, though, getting out at your stop, first of all, it helps you mentally. When you start looking at your P&L and you're losing way more than that manageable, it can what can happen is you start revenge trading. And while it's moving down, you start taking another trade and you double up on how much you're willing to risk. You lost, or even if you did manage your. Here's another one. Okay, revenge trading. So you take out your you get out at your manageable $100 loss, but then you say to yourself, okay, not necessarily in that same stock, but you say, okay, next one I'm going to have to risk $200 because what I have to be able to do is make up that $100 loss and then make 100 on this next trade. So you do that, and then what happens? You don't make you lose 200 on that. Now you're down 300. And on and on and on. It can be an endless spiral, and you can really start getting reckless. Obey your stop. You can always get back into the trade. If it sets up again for you. A loss doesn't mean it was a bad idea. It just means it didn't work. Now, if you have 100 bad ideas in a row, okay, you've got to change your ideas. Okay, so that's my best advice. In terms of losses. So Amber, you asked a question. Do you have your daily, weekly, monthly? Well, they're not scans. You're talking about there's the charts. You can create your own charts. These are not scans. These are just charts. My daily, weekly, and monthly. They're just charts. So if you have a chart already, just right click on it and duplicate it. Okay. So if you duplicate the chart, then just change the time frame to whatever you want. You want the daily. Okay. So here's your daily chart now. Okay. And then you just keep duplicating until you got, if you want a monthly, weekly, okay. So it's on my homepage. Everybody has different ideas about timeframes they want. Okay, just give me a moment. I have some questions coming in. Okay, so Mark, you're saying for some reason when I'm selecting a symbol on my scanner, expecting the symbol to load, it starts to scroll on its own, and eventually, that is an issue I never had. I think there is. So what you're saying is, so I just clicked on BHVN, and it loaded, but then it automatically went to another one. Well, I'm typically looking at I guess the 10-minute chart. I'll look at the 2 or a 5. I mean, I have a 2 just because I want to see the change in the wave a little bit more. Okay, a little earlier. But Amber, understand that, the way I trade is not necessarily the way you should trade. Okay. I'm just, I'm a bit of a field trader too. I mean, I look at things and I think, okay, that's where I think I want to put my stop. But that might not be what other people might look at the same chart and say, well, I wouldn't do that there. Okay, I'm just pointing at this one as an example. You just have to kind of get comfortable with the time frame. I mean, I went to my minimum time frame. Before I had a 5 and a 15. Decided to go to a 2 and a 10. Just a little experimentation. So it wasn't idea surfing. Okay, so obviously you already went through that. So you're saying that when you click on, okay, if I do this, and so is it automatically loading like it was surfing? Like loading like loading chart after chart after chart, Mark? Or does it ever load the right chart? So FLD. So I'm loading. I'm putting in FLD. if you clicked on a symbol, is it loading the right chart and then it's okay? Is it loading at least the right chart, but then it's moving to another chart that you did not select? Or is it not even loading the right chart when you click on it? I know, man. I should not ask so many questions at the same time. It starts to scroll on its own and eventually stops on a simple. Pepe, any idea? I don't think I've ever seen that. How could that be? Clicking on a symbol, it doesn't load the symbol. It starts loading other charts automatically, and then it stops. Oh, it scrolls within the scanner. Okay, now that is something. Okay, there is a reason. If I could remember what that is. Now, is it in an alert window or just a top list window? Just to make sure, or does it matter? See, I know if I click, I mean, what I'm doing now is I'm pressing the down arrow on my monitor, so it's only on a top list. Does it happen on an alert window though? Also, Mark, only on a top list window. See, what I'm doing right now is you can't see, of course, but I'm scrolling down using my keyboard, and there was a but that's that but that I'm controlling that. Just a top list window. So here's a top list window that I've got. I think I can do the same thing with my yeah. So I can do the same thing scrolling down with my down arrow on my keyboard, but of course you're not doing that. This is how I can quickly go instead of clicking on symbols. I'm at the top here, and I can hit the down arrow on the keyboard. Is somehow I wonder now. Ahmad in our main room says sometimes have the same problem, and you reset trade ideas, and then it's all good. When you say reset, you mean reload. So have you tried? Does this happen all the time, Mark, or just every now and then? Because Ahmad said it happens. I can't explain why it would happen. Other than of course with the surfing. But you say it's definitely not on surf mode. Oh, it does. It also does. Okay, well, that really means it's got nothing to do with surfing. So it also does it in an alert window too. So have you tried just reloading? Does it happen every single day or just intermittently? It just started. It just started with you. Okay. Maybe did you try to reload trade ideas? I'm talking to Mark in our YouTube room, guys. Okay, just boy, I've got to get going too because Dan is going to. What what was there a link yet, Pepe? No link yet. Okay. So Ahmed says when the CPU was overloading, when I open too many apps at the same time, that's what happens with him. So you haven't tried, maybe try to reload trade ideas, okay, Mark? If it's just happening, if it's just starting today and it hasn't happened before, there might be a setting that I'm just not aware of. Okay, here we go. I've got the link. Okay, Radley, I've got the link right now. Okay, sorry, I'm a little late. I usually have all this done by 10 to the hour. So here is the link. Okay, so that link I'm putting in our YouTube room. You can click on it now. Dan is just setting up. He's the CEO of Trade Ideas, an opportunity to ask some questions. Okay, okay, 12 to 1 ET. Okay, and Pepe just put the link in there. So I'll put it in this over here. So there you go, guys. So you have questions for the CEO. No, um, Mark, he's not going to be able to help you on that. Okay, I guarantee. But if it persists, I'll try to figure out. So I mean, I don't know how. I don't have a quick fix for it. Okay, guys. Now I have to put my announcement in. I'm on a break. I'll be back around 1 p.m. I love the questions, guys. This morning flew by for me. So okay, on a break, back around 1 p.m. Okay, that's number one. And then muting myself in the main room. So I'm muting myself in the main room, and now I'm muting myself. Not support like that, Mark. No. But did you try to reload trade ideas? I mean, you can try. Okay, go to info. Not so much a call, but just explain what's happening. Maybe Chris or somebody else has come across this. Okay. Yeah. So before you do, but you can go to info trade-ideas.com. Explain what's happening. It's possible Chris has come across that. But if you reload trade ideas, let's see if it keeps happening. Okay, guys, I'm muting myself now in the main room. All right, guys, I'm back. Dan's probably still talking, but I'll come back now. Okay, Rocky, as far as the Market Explorer is concerned, that was done years and years ago by a gentleman by the name of Michael Noss, who's no longer with us. So it has not been updated at all. The only one that can be maybe useful is this T. Well, they could all be useful. You cannot adjust anything. You cannot create a price range, a volume, anything like that. The only way that some people might find it useful is the TI Wave and the TI Wave buy in 5 minutes, but there's no explanation or anything. Okay. Well, it says, doesn't it say here, relative strength? These are daily. Um, Most of them are daily. Well, it says 5 minutes. If you go into these, you're going to see this is a daily squeeze. This is daily, weekly, 5 minutes. Okay, and there's nobody's done any work on these since years. Okay, Michael put these together. Um, so there's no way to say, well, this is what you should be doing. Okay, I haven't looked at any of these ever, except for this TOA by 5 minutes, and that's it. It was a good idea by Michael a long time ago, but didn't catch on. It's that simple. Okay. Oh, I see. Yeah, there's no info in the name itself, but if you hover over the name, then you're going to get a box popping up. So you can go through each one of these, and there are like this one. What was this one? Gap. A gap and pull back to the 10 SMA. If you're a 10 SMA person, but you just have to hover over them all, and it'll give you. Usually, they'll give you some kind of an idea whether it's a daily or an intraday. Okay. Ambassador, I have no idea. I shouldn't say no idea. The only thing you can do is create it like you've done it, and then see what sort of alerts you get. I mean, I don't have any as far as liquid, as far as options are concerned, and price close to the VWAP. I mean, that's easy enough. 1 and 5 minute volume, that's easy enough. Relative volume is easy enough. Now, crossed above, I have a feeling that you're already. See, I've never used the 5 minute consolidation breakout and crossed above resistance. I've never used that. And then as far as the filters, the actual numbers, that'll be up to you. I mean, the relative volume, you can start off with 3. If you're getting too many, move it to 5. Not getting enough, reduce it. 1 minute, 5 minute volume. Typically, what we're looking at is comparisons. So in this one, for instance, okay, I've got the volume in the last minute is a 300% of normal. I just chose that. I could have made it 500. I mean, there's no, I chose 300 a long time ago. If I was getting too many alerts, maybe I raised that up. Um, I mean, it's really trial and error. There's no way to say, well, this is the perfect set of filters and filter values that you should use to get what you're looking for. A lot of times, you'll get maybe you'll create a scan and it looks pretty good, and then a couple of weeks later say, well, I don't like it anymore. It's not giving me what I wanted, and so you might have to play around with the filters. As far as options are concerned, if you're talking about liquidity in options, we do have some option filters. It's not scanning for options. And by the way, anybody listening out here, you get a little. You can't get mad at us because we don't scan for options. Okay, I mean, people get so bent out of shape because they say, "Well, I'm only an option player." I'm not talking to you, okay? Who asked the question? I'm not talking to you, Ambassador. But we get bent out of shape because we say, "Well, unfortunately, we don't scan for options. What we do, you can." do things like this. So if I in the search and I type in options, so we do have the put call ratio. We have option volume, which is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. We have option volume today. We have put volume today and call volume today. So if you're looking for super liquidity in options, only you can tell me how many contracts would be super liquid. What would you consider as super liquid? So we look at, but liquidity doesn't necessarily mean that it's trading abnormally, and that's what I do have. I'm not using it much anymore, but this option volume today percent coupled with coupled with this option volume together can be very interesting. So, for instance, remember this option volume is the average number of contracts over 10 days. If you said, okay, I want my minimum to be 10,000 contracts, but I only want to see it though if it's acting abnormally. So if you said the minimum has to be 10,000 contracts, whatever that number is going to be, and then you use this also this option volume today percent, and you say put 300 ratio of 3, that would mean that company that has traded at least 10,000 contracts on average over the last 10 days will have to have done 30,000 today. So it's trading in option wise, it's trading abnormally. Now whether that helps you or not, I don't know. I'm just using 10,000 as an example, but okay, I don't know. And also, if you have a Mac, don't take this program if you're not willing to use Parallels or something, an emulation program, because it's we're a PC based program, and the web based version is basically not supported anymore. But I guess people don't quite read when they sign up because it says this is a PC based program. But don't get mad at us because we don't scan for options. I mean, we just don't scan for options. It's that simple. All right, guys. So did anybody attend Dan's 12 to 1? He must be over by now. Yeah, he usually starts a little bit before noon and runs a little after. Okay, guys. Let's see. I think I've caught up to all the questions. This RDIB, we saw this one really early. Oh, look at this RDIB. Yeah. Reading International. I think I remember trying to find some news on it. I don't really, I mean, there's some second quarter. Okay, well, but that was the 14th. That was the 14th. This is not, that's old news. Well, yeah, that's the 14th. Remember, we are now the 26th. So unless this is just, no, it didn't really do anything on the day it released earnings. Not a super low float, 19 million in the float. So, Stevie, did you any nuggets that you can maybe post in the room from Dan? Is there anything of interest that he might have said that I don't know what he talked about, but more than likely maybe a little of the money machine or other stuff. Probably talked a little bit about the AI assistant. Okay, guys, I will just look at my homepage one last time for the day. Good for you, Poe, on the PMI. Okay, so again, we've got two promo codes going on. One for 28% off, 28% off the first month only, or the entire year of a premium subscription. The premium subscription is basically the reason why you would take the premium service is because you want to have access to our AI. I mean, there are some other things, but that's the main reason. Okay, so 28% off the first month only, or the entire year. Or you can get 15%, excuse me, 15% off the first month only or the entire year of our standard service. And all I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my code. It helps to keep these rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room and the main room right here, the trading room. Company tracks the use of the promo codes. And if they see my code being used often enough, they don't mind keeping the rooms free. This is a free room also. If you're sitting in YouTube wondering about this room, this is a free room also. But it's open at 7 in the morning, okay? 7 in the morning. So if you're looking for want to come and interact with other traders during the pre-market, come into this room. It's open at 7 in the morning. Also, when I leave, sometime usually between 2 and 2:30, depending on how many questions I get, this room is typically open afterwards. I'll have to ask William if he wants to keep it open after I leave. I believe it'll be till Sunday. Okay, they extended it, so I believe it's going to be till Sunday. If you keep scrolling down, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week right here. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning, and it's free. Education. Click on the click on the education link. Okay. Well, let me back up. So if you clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, education, click on the more info, and then take a look at this, the Getting Started with Trade Ideas. So this is mandatory if you're a new subscriber. 12 short videos to get you started. And if you don't have Trade Ideas, I wouldn't take out a monthly subscription. I wouldn't take out any subscription at all until you've taken a look at these videos. They're very short. You would start off with a second video, go to the end. You should have an idea about what you might be buying, right? Again, I can't understand. We get so many people saying, "Well, I didn't like it because it didn't do this or that, or more that they didn't know what they were buying." So you got to know what you're buying. And so what I would do is just start off with that second video, go to the end, gives you an idea about what we can do. It may or may not be what you want. Okay. And if you want to try us out, you can always try us out for a month. If you don't like it, you just unsubscribe. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. 15 free videos for those of you who are new to trading. And last, if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, here they are, the middle section. This is the volatile race right here, the biggest gainers. This is a volatile race. This one here, the upside versus downside movers, basically taking two competing scans and running them off against each other. If it's green, it made a new high of the day. If it's red, it made a new low of the day with very similar filters for each scan. It's what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actors up and down. And this has been the big winner today, in my opinion. And look how few. That's what I like. I'm trying to. I don't think I probably have to do too much now because we're getting out of earnings season in a big way. but I like the fact when they have a few alerts, and that's the daily trend reversal. Your version will look like this. You'll see the alert over and over and over again as it makes either new high or new low. And I have other scans that I'm currently sharing. I do not have them up and running, but you can certainly take a look at them. All right, guys. Let's see. I'm not seeing anything. I see IBID had a bit of a drop and then a surge again. Well, not really a surge. Very choppy today. Bitcoin, very choppy. Now, met you. Is it ready for me round two, as Poe would say? Not this time. VWAP is too close. The last time was, I think, the break of the VWAP. Yeah, the break of the VWAP was awesome. But the VWAP is too close right now. So, yes, it's curling over 20, but VWAP for me is just too close. Can it run again? Yes. Will it run again? Let's see. Mm, it's not setting up. It's not setting up the way it should. If we're really thinking this could run again, I know what you're talking about later on in the day. I mean, look, anything can happen. What's the high of the day though? $11, 11.89, almost 12. It's down to 8, way under the VWAP. Ideally, what would have happened is that it would have pulled back, maybe stayed over the VWAP for all this time, and then some volume comes in and it pops it through the high of the day. I mean, look, anything is possible with that float, of course, but it doesn't look as good as it would have if it had been hanging over the VWAP, in my opinion. Now, some of you don't care. You might play that as just a bounce right now. 913 is the VWAP, so maybe a bounce play to the VWAP, but I don't do that typically. Not seeing really anything from the real movers. This RDIB might. I mean, RDIB is not a super low float, but what's the high here? The high there is 1738 or so, and this got up to 1783. That's the monthly high. Still can't see any news on it. I mean, I had earnings on the 14th, but no reaction really. Got to be something going on though. No, all it's saying here is that it moved up. Well, we know that. Ah, so that's why I'm just seeing it now. RDGT, you've been following it, I'm sure, since it was a 80-cent stock. I'm seeing it here. This scan right there. Two scans. Only one that I have that's less than $1. Everything else, the stock has to be at least $1. And why? Just a personal preference. Remember this one yesterday? Is WVVIP got up to 15? It might even be higher in the pre-market. Look where it closed. Ooh. All right, guys. Well, let's see if there's anything else happening here that I haven't seen today. All right, so this is why I've got the don't repeat. I want to see what's happening with some of these now. So the BHVN, the alert was at 1316. So that went completely the other way. Completely the other way. Wow. Did it ever get down below 1316 today? Maybe, but not much. So, using this like a watch list, I mean, that actually completely and utterly reversed. So all the good stuff that was happening yesterday, yeah, a little bit weak to start, but boom. This is, of course, in the bio. So they did have some news gaining on epilepsy drug licensing. It did have some news. Oh, I see. It's licensing out its epilepsy drug candidate to SK Pharmaceuticals. Okay. Oh, is SK a public company? Doesn't look like it. So that's one. Okay. How about the CDT? I know it got up to almost 140, but yeah, I mean, later on in the day, maybe if it takes out the, in the float, yeah, low float, maybe if it takes out the VWAP, it may have a run. Okay. This was the two-time, still at the high here. So QBTS is still sinking. Well, not sinking, but it's It has not had a bounce. This is the short. You take this if you want to go short QBTS. So the idea was to short this at 1701. What did it get down to? Got down to 1643. Not bad. This, of course, briefly was awesome. OLOX 165 up to 246. We don't have to talk about the Xbond was really good. Uh, Huey's, let's see what this one is. 173. Hasn't really moved. Snap on a short 546. Not really moved. Yeah, I don't typically look at anything under five for a short, but let's just see if it moved a little bit. Amex 651, very choppy. And these two are way under. Let's see if NUWE moved off $1.07. Not really. Oh, just because we get an alert here, you still have to look at the charts, analyze it. Why? And for those that have been around this room enough, I don't normally take a trade like this in the first 15 minutes. But when I look left, you get the alert at 660 right there. And when I look left, well, a couple of things. I mean, the 200-day moving average was far enough away, and the daily high was far enough away. So I decided to take it. I've had Moderna up here for a while. Not today, I don't think, anyway. So Moderna is underneath. So it's underneath 50 guy, 150, and there's the VWAP. Gave up the VWAP a little while ago. Mr. William, three-ish or no-ish? All right, three-ish. Okay, so after I leave today, whenever that is, William is going to keep the room open till, as he calls it, three-ish. I will have my screen displayed still, and I'll put it on surf mode. Well, I was going to say, man, did I ever miss this one? This was on the bouncers toppers, and the alert was at 12, well, 1247, 1276, 1220 up in this area right here. Look at the drop. That's what you want to see. However, a little glance over here, not available for short sale at Interactive Brokers. So I couldn't have done that anyway. All right, guys. JKS. This is an earnings play. Let's see what this is doing. JKS. That's over the VWAP. Cree. Well, let's take a look at Cree. This is the other one that was very active, but I thought it was way below the VWAP. Well, it's still, yeah, it's still below the VWAP. 698, but it is having. You're right, having a little spread. I mean, not everything has to be about the VWAP. But of course, what I'm looking for are stocks that have been resting for a while, but over the VWAP, and then some big volume comes in and pops it through the high of the day. That's kind of what I look at later on in the day. But there's definitely some volume coming in on the 2 minute anyway. That's what I look for, Juan. Listen, many people will say, "I don't care." You know what? They act. They act. They think the VWAP may act as a magnet. So if some people might have taken this right now, said, "Okay, let's see if it gets close to the VWAP." I just don't typically do that, but that doesn't mean you or anybody else listening to me shouldn't or try it. Well, I don't know about if it's safe, okay, because there are many out there that think that's crazy to go chase. I wouldn't be chasing it. I would wait again, see if it gets over the VWAP. But then for me to do, first of all, I just don't think it's going to happen. But let's just say it gets over the VWAP and then sits there for a bit, 15, 20, 30 minutes or whatever, and then pops through. Doesn't mean it's safe. It just means I've seen this quite a few times. These stocks that are very low float, that if they can take out the high of the day, later on in the day, they tend to sometimes run. Not all the time, though. But there are many people who don't like that at all because they think they're chasing stocks making new highs of the day. And I understand. Well, it works. You could see here the GUR as an example. Okay, came into the VWAP early. VWAP looked like it held it, acted as support, and then it ran off. The one we were just looking at with the Cree, if you took it now, okay, if you took it now, you might be, and it's far enough from the VWAP. I mean, the VWAP's at $7, 631. So if you took it now, and it started to work. I'd be watching the VWAP area to see if it acts as resistance. Moving higher. You see a lot of stocks move into the VWAP, and then that's it. When they're coming from beneath. If you're getting as bad to be as bad as grumpy, maybe you are grumpy. And I kid. Oh, look at this one go, guys. Now, this is this interesting scan we've got going here, okay? When you start getting some alerts in the afternoon, some of these are just ripping. They're starting to rip, okay? And it's because they've sort of rested for a big part of the day. And when I say rip, but on volume, you see, look at the volume that came into GSM. So let's just take a look at PTI. This is, of course, Palantir. See some volume coming in. This is the two-time long Palantir, PTIR, or PLTR course. Is there any new? And this is the short. So, this is the long version. That's 2 times, and then this is the short, and it's also a 2 timer. So if you thought that Palantir was going to start moving down, you could buy this one, and plenty of volume. I mean, yeah, I mean the spreads are a penny. Yeah, both spreads are a penny. See if there's any news specific to Palantir. That's the only thing I wish the company would somehow figure out a way to do. I mean, this is okay. I mean, this is just William Blair coverage with an outperform. Okay. Okay. So there are, companies or this analyst anyway, William Blair is kind of all over Palantir today. Well, Gurr is on the move here, guys. So that red line right there, well, there it is. There's the two highs of 2 and 3 days ago, 1612. So there are shorts available for me, 39,000. So, I mean, if this stalls it, let's say it gets close to 16, gets a little bit, and then it gets stalled there, and then it comes back below 16. So that's what I'm going to. I want to see number one if it gets over 216, 1602, number one. Then I'm also going to put a price alert around 1582 because I'm more interested in a short on this. You should put this alert down here because it could trigger. I don't want to take it right there anyway, but you can see what my idea is that if it gets over 16, then close to these two highs, cannot take out those highs, and then gets down below 16. That to me, for me anyway, that would be a potential sign to short. And then you put your stop, right there around 1616. It's an idea, okay? It's an idea. Oh, you see, it didn't do it though. I mean, yes, it triggered down here, but I was hoping more for it to get closer to those highs, get rejected. And listen, it may start dropping right now, but it wouldn't have done exactly what I wanted it to do. Actually, there's even three, around four at that level: 1610, 616, and even here, well, okay, 1610, 16, 1615, and 1616. So you can kind of see there are three daily highs right around that level. And then the other thing I'd love to see is if this 2 minute TI wave turned orange and on the curl down. Then you've got your VWAP down here. I mean, way down there. I mean, that's not. I mean, if it got close to that, that'd be awesome. If we took this short, if it's set up, as that's 1470, that'd be certainly far enough away. If it acted as support. It may not happen. I mean, it looks like it's it's going to drop right now. Intel, okay. INTC from William. Yeah, well, there's volume coming in. Well, guys, well, I know you're not going to stay till 4 o'clock, William, but after hours, this is the big one. NVDA, post market. What are they going to say? Okay, so Monica says that the Intel CEO is speaking. So whatever he's saying, market's liking it. Now, of course, there are some company ETFs for that, for Intel. So you've got, really, Lint? That's direction. There are no short ones. Wonder what has more volume and the price. So there's Lint. Well, okay, long Intel. I get it. Long Intel, no volume. So that's a scratch. Plus, it's almost at the same price. Then you've got Int, no volume. So that's a scratch. So this would be the one. Okay, that would be the one to use. INTW, volume's fine, spread is fine. It's a two time. Remember now, you can always short these too. If your broker has shorts available. There's not that many, 32,000 at Interactive Brokers, but you can short them. Monica said that. Yes, Monica said that the CEO was speaking for Intel. Yes. Intel CFO David Zinsner at the Deutsche Bank Technology Conference says we are going to need to make investments in substrates. Consider the significant demand in some conference. There you go. And that's right now. Hmm. Substrates. What was that one that was so into substrates? It was it was several months ago. It was such a fantastic mover. Public company, U.S. based. Well, when in doubt, ask Gemini. Give me a moment. Well, I'm not sure it was AMKR. Let's see what AMKR, but AMKR is one of them. No, the one I was thinking of, it had literally substrate. It was talking about substrate in the business summary. TTM, let's see. TTM? Oh, is that the right symbol? We're not getting any, oh, sorry, details. No, we're not getting any, I don't think it's TTM. It was something else, or TTMI. Well, I'll type it in. I don't think it was, though. Close, though. Printed circuit boards and backplane, but it literally said substrate. In the first line in the business summary, it says substrate, and I wasn't really too familiar with what even that meant. I mean, I had an idea, but I wasn't, and it was just ripping. But I haven't seen it for quite a while now. Okay, so first of all, fun pianist, the money machine is not active. Okay, and money machine, yeah, I see that too. The largest are Japanese in Taiwan, but there was some company. So the money machine is more of an intraday trader. Okay, number one, but you can only try it in simulation mode. So it is not recommended to hold stocks long term. It's more designed for quick trades in and out, many trades. No, I don't think that's too much of a name. But let's see. It was some company that I, hadn't really heard of before that much. No, see, it doesn't say substrates. Yeah, the money machine is still in, it's still in, call it test mode. I know it's been almost 2 years, but so you can only use it in simulation mode. What a turnaround for this one, this BHVN. Now, I'm sharing some scans. If you are interested, Fun Pianist, I am sharing some scans. I don't know what sort of trading experience you've had. But I can give you some of my scans that you can take a look at if you like. Well, I mean, what you're subscribed to, I mean, Trade Ideas is fabulous for like more for intraday trading. I mean, it doesn't mean you cannot swing trade, but I mean, if you're more into swing trading, though, we do have a couple of. If you click on New from the toolbar, okay, New from the toolbar, and then click on Docked Channel Bar, okay, docked, not the channel bar, but the docked channel bar, and we have TI Trader I, curated swing ideas. That is one sort of swing channel, if you will. And if you click on the show more down here, swing picks. So you could take a look at those two channels if you're more into trade into swing trading. Okay. And we don't scan for options. We do have some option filters that might help that can show you stocks that are trading abnormally option wise, but it's not scanning for options. It's just telling you, okay, if it's the first time, then do yourself a favor if you haven't done this already. Again, click on my homepage link. Scroll down a little bit here, and where you see the education section right here, click on the more info. And then if you haven't done this, the getting started with trade ideas, okay? Please do this if you haven't done it. 12 short videos to get you started. Not going to make you an expert, but it'll save you a lot of, well, I wonder how they do this, or what does that mean? Most of the important elements are covered in these 12 short videos, okay? If you haven't done that already. And then here are my scans. If you click on my homepage link and then that middle section, here are some of the things that I'm currently sharing, okay? But before you do anything, the 12 short videos, a service. Let's see if, yeah, what time did it hit? What did it hit? Oh, okay. Because I'm looking here, and right here, a press release. That's at 1:43. So that was, not that long ago, and that was from Interactive Brokers. Prevails in a patent infringement case against Voltage in North Carolina. So what time was that? Yeah, it's pretty close. I mean, that basically, and that was just from my Interactive Brokers headline news. Yeah, that was pretty bang on because that's 142 right here. So 146 is right there. So it still hadn't moved. And then boom, news gets digested a little bit for about 6 minutes. And then boom. Now, Willie, you probably shorted this, right? Or you don't short news because there are tons of shares available at Interactive Brokers. So I'm assuming most brokers have shares available. All right, guys, it's 156 now. So again, I'll always hang around if I get some questions. Otherwise, I'll probably be leaving close to 2 o'clock, maybe a little after. Well, again, VHVN really had a turnaround. It is, John, or Juan, it is sort of testing again. Little pullback. No orange, though. No orange. The wave remained flat blue. All right, guys, getting close to 2. If I don't see any questions, I will be taking off. Be probably coming in and out of my or back to my desk a few times. So if I do see a question, I'll hop back on. But what I will do is I'll put it on surf mode just to explain what surf mode does. It'll take all, if you have races or if you have top list windows open and the race is based, of course, on a top list window, what it does is it will, let's see if I can find one immediately. There you go. Hard to see on the shading. It's hard to see, but it's going to, yeah, sorry, it was just too hard to see. But you can see what it's doing. Earnings plays up, okay? So I've got, and this, okay, let me back right out. All the top list windows that you have open, it'll take a look at the first one and it'll load the top three as you have them sorted, symbols into a chart automatically. Then it'll move on to the next top list window, the next one, the next one, the next one. Also, if you have the AI, it'll take the top three as you have them sorted, and also your price alerts window. And you can see where it is. This is I do have a little sector list. Okay, you can see what it's looking at right now. waiting to see once it gets to the AI, it'll be very evident. Okay, so it's loading PICS, P-I-C-S. Now it's going to go to BZ, and then it'll go to SYRE. Okay, it'll just load these automatically, just the top three in the list, and then it goes on to the next one. Once it has gone through the entire circuit, it just starts again. So this is just a toggle on and off. It says currently idea surfing. If I click on it, it'll stop it. Click on it again. Now, if it loads a chart that I really want to see, you're just sort of kicking back and you're watching. I go, oh, I want to see that SYRE. All you have to do is just go into the chart and it'll stop the surfing. Okay, then you can analyze the chart a little bit longer. And once you've done that, you back off and it'll start surfing again. And if you click on a symbol, it'll stop completely. And of course, this is the toggle on and off. So it's just, you can kind of kick back, get a little tired of clicking on things, and just let the system load charts for you. You might see something, wow, I want that one. Here's JKS, just over the view map. Maybe it's basing. Maybe I'm going to take the trade. You know what I mean? So anyway, that's what I put it on. My layout will continue to be displayed along with the surfing. So for YouTubers, if you want to come into the main room, because I have to shut YouTube down completely, there's the link, if there's anybody left. So click on my homepage link. This is people in YouTube, okay? Click on my homepage link and then scroll down and here you are, right there, the trading room. It's free also, okay? Well, the GUR is getting closer to those. Let's see if this really stalls it. So, YouTube, I have to shut you down.